Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome to Friday Night Sprints. We are currently in the middle of the Summer of Love readathon, and I was not going to be sprinting today, but I am back home early, so I am sprinting tonight. And I get to sprint every single Friday for like multiple weeks in a row, and I'm real excited about it. So, hi, how are you? How's it going? I have had a very busy couple of weeks. I'm about to have a very calm couple of weeks with not a whole lot going on, and I'm kind of jazzed about it. I have read 5 books over the last 5 days, so I feel good about that. Because I have been reading a lot of audiobooks while I was traveling. I'm still a little bit behind on where I'd like to be on the month, and I have 3 more books that I'd like to get finished for Summer of Love Readathon, just to complete my board. But then I'm aiming to finish Summer of Love. I wanted to read a lot more books this month, but 32 was a lofty goal anyway, considering the most books I've read in a month is like 23. So I'm still making good progress on reading. I've been enjoying reading a lot of love stories this month, and I also am going to be doing some Herkyed work during this sprint. I'm doing one of the spreadsheet cleanups for gathering stats, and I am going to have a goal of getting my entire spreadsheet done tonight, which I think I can do. So let's check in first and see how some of y'all are doing. See who's joining this today. We've got Glenda. Hi, Glenda. How are you? I just love seeing you every week. I love also this week I was in Indiana with a lot of people from like Kentucky and Tennessee, and so the accent has just kind of just found its way into me. Jess is back. Hello. Lucky time to check my phone. Welcome back. How's it going? Welcome back for another week. What are you doing tonight? What are you reading? Renee is here. Hi, Renee. How are you? What are you up to? What are you going to be working on tonight? Jess says hello from New Zealand. Writing a letter, but hopefully we'll be finished soon. Because you do you, I guess, is this the thing that you do every Friday? Do you write letters every day, or is it just on Fridays when you hang out with me? Because I know that you do like writing letters, which is very cute. I love that for you. Glenda says hello to Dustin Renee, and Glenda is reading Miss Meteor by Taylor K. Maya, maybe, and Anna Marie McLemore on page 181 of 392. It's a Latina and queer book. Ooh, yay! Honestly, Latina books great, queer books great, Latina and queer excellent. Love that. And you're like halfway through? No, not a little under halfway through. I can do math. Renee says hello to Jess, Glenda, and to me. Hi. Jess says your Friday is my Saturday, so perfect. Pretty much everyone else ends up all the other sprints end up being when you're at work. Yeah, I suppose if in the US, if folks are sprinting in the evenings, it's going to be like right in the mornings when you go to work. So mine's on the weekend. Nice. Love that for us. Corey's here. Hi, Corey. How's it going? What are you working on? Hi. Love you. Glenda says, I got a bingo on the Summer of Love bingo board. I posted a review score by Kennedy Ryan on both Goodreads and Storygraph. Excellent. I definitely need to start reading Kennedy Ryan. I actually have the first book in the Skyland series, I think it is, Before I Let Go. That one is on my 26 and 26 list that I need to get read. So, but I hear excellent things. I've heard such good things about Reel and Score. So I need to get going on those. DeBurse is here. Hi, DeBurse. Happy Friday. I'm gonna get those packed up and mailed out probably tomorrow morning. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. How are you? What are you doing tonight? What are you working on? Jess says, I'm stoked I got any bingo because not focusing on romance. And honestly, that's the goal. The goal is just, you don't have to like complete the board or anything like that. You read what you want to read, and if you get a bingo, cool, we enter you for prizes. Glenda says, hey there, Demers, Corey, and Mary. And Jess says, because of my chronic illness, I'd fallen behind on my letters and will never catch up, but writing any at all is a big win. Excellent. That's awesome. And I'm jealous of whoever is getting your letters because that's just a nice thing to receive a letter. Renee says, I'm doing okay, and I'll be reading Brother Song by TJ Klune, and hopefully we'll finish it. Yay! Am I thinking of the right author when I say that most of their books are like pretty short, or is that no, that's T. Kingfisher. I'm thinking of T. Kingfisher's books. I think are usually pretty short. Never mind. Demar says hello to Glenda. Mary says hello to Glenda. Corey says, Jen and I are at a book convention. Tell us more. So not much reading going on, but lots of fun. I think that's exactly the way. Where every time I go to like a book event, I don't read. Although at the end of August, so the Friday in August that I don't have sprints scheduled, well, I need to get them all scheduled. But the Friday that I won't be sprinting in August, which is the last weekend in August, I will be at a reading retreat. It's like one of those ones where it's kind of like an adult summer camp. It's up in northern Minnesota. We sleep in like cabins with bunk beds, and it's a reading retreat. And theoretically, I should be reading. But I think I'm going to end up socializing and talking to people a lot. I don't know if I'm going to be able to help that. Glenda says, Corey, how is it? Yes, please go on. Jess says, you're right to pen pals. Here's the thing. I would love to. I am horrific at task management, which is why my office looks the way that it does behind me. If I ever clean this place up, y'all won't even recognize it. Oh no, I can't be tired. So I'm really bad at like remembering to write people back. Somebody might write me a letter and then they will get a letter back. I don't know, a couple months later. So I'm not a very good pen pal at all to have. I like getting letters though. Glenda says hello to Jen. Demir says, I've only read one book so far this month. Having family in town reduced my reading time drastically, but I need to read Addie LaRue by Tuesday's book club meeting. Having a due date, I think sometimes is helpful a little bit because sometimes like your internal motivation, you're like, I do have a desire to have read this book, to learn, like to get this book read. But at the same time, I need a little push. And so I think sometimes having that little due date can be helpful. Everyone keeps telling me to read Addie LaRue. I don't know if I want to. I can't decide. We're going to be sprinting for 6 hours. I cannot be yawning this much already. And haven't started yet. This is a great time to go to Libro FM and get the audiobook copy. Mary says, I have 15 reviews to write. Mary, right there with you. I think I also have like 14 or 15. And that might be what we do on next week's sprints is write those reviews because they're all books that I have read from Neck Alley that I just need to get the reviews done because Arc August starts in a week. Let's go. And with Arc August starting, I want just to be updated on the reviews because I've read the books. So I want to get the reviews done so that I can see what my percentage is actually going to start at for the month. Because I'm so excited for Arc August. Corey says we are at Villains and Vixens in Florida, and it's been great so far. So many amazing and sweet authors. Yay. I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you guys are having a great time. And that you and Jen just get to hang out. I feel like hanging out with Jen would just feel like a warm hug. for lack of a better, like, I feel like every time I like am on one of Jen's sprints, etc., she's so sweet and so friendly. And that just seems like it'd be a great weekend. And meeting authors, this is why I get in trouble and I buy so many goddamn books, you guys. Because when you get to like see an author speak at a panel about something they're really passionate about putting in their books, when you get to like meet them and talk to them, and they're genuinely nice, excellent people, I'm like, fine, I'll buy all the books you have, I guess. And then I have 253 of them in my house that I haven't read yet. So it's a great thing. Like, I absolutely love it. And my bookshelf that is very full absolutely hates it. But I hope that you're having a great time and that you drove so you have room to put all the books that you buy. just says, neither am I, but no one seems to mind as long as we write back eventually. That's the spirit. I like that. And the postage keeps going up and up. That's true. I buy stamps in bulk. I buy fun stamps. I have one book of like generic American flag stamps. I don't know why. Boring. Somewhere in here, somewhere in this disaster of an office, I have my fun stamps. There's some. Let's see. The most recent buys were baby animals. So all sorts of baby animals. And then piñatas. I just go buy like 10 little things of stamps at once. Because then they will last a while. And then I do keep some international ones on hand because I do send mail out. I do like writing letters to people and sending little cards and little gifties and little stickers. I buy stickers more than I could ever use them. So it is kind of nice to just be like, I found a really cool sticker. I really like it. I can't put it on anything. I don't have any room for it anywhere. So I'll send it to somebody I love, just, pass a little gift. It just says it's 10 a.m. and I'm yawning too. My body decided to wake up after 5 a.m. on a Saturday. Rude. I will tell you tomorrow, my Saturday, I will be sleeping in because on Monday, Monday, I drove for like 11 hours. Wasn't terrible. Went to bed, fine. Slept in. Tuesday, went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at 6 a.m. 3 hours. Wednesday, went to bed at 1:30 a.m., woke up again at 6 a.m. Yesterday, nope. Yeah, Wednesday night. And then, last night was Thursday night. I was driving for 11 hours and I didn't leave until like 2:30 p.m. So I got home at like 1:30 a.m. I didn't fall asleep until like 3 a.m. and then I had to wake up for a work thing at 7 a.m. So I've had like very little sleep over the past several days. And I'm feeling it a little bit. Only a little bit though. I've also discovered I'm not an energy drink person at all. Like a Monster, I will probably throw up if I try to drink a Monster. Because it's the taurine in it. However, last night I had to get home. It was imperative that I got home last night. And I was like, okay. So first I waited to take my Adderall until like I started driving and like half an hour, 45 minutes in, that's when I took my Adderall. And then I was like, I drink a lot of Diet Coke. Caffeine, I'm used to it, but I wonder if energy drinks would hit differently for me and help keep me awake. And so I took my Adderall. Half an hour later, I stopped to go to the bathroom because I had to stop to go to the bathroom like every hour. And I took like a little cat nap in my car because before my Adderall kicked in properly. And then I woke up from my little cat nap. I went and got the probiotic soda brand Bloom. They also make an energy drink version. So it's a prebiotic, one of those sodas. That's not really like a soda. And they have an energy drink version, Bloom Energy, Sparkling Energy, whatever. I don't know what they're called. It's cute. It looks like it would taste cute, and it did. I did not mind that at all. And it worked. I ended up stopping at another gas station an hour later and bought because it's 6 of them. Kept me going for the whole night. So I kept myself awake. And I'll just do that tonight. It'll be fine. I'll sleep in tomorrow, I promise. Demer says, I got the audiobook yesterday from Libby for Addie LaRue. So that's how if I need to read something quick, the audio is how I do it. Mary says, I want to have mine done before 8/1. Yeah. I want to start August off with like a clean slate because my goal for ARC August is to get as close as possible to being current, meaning all of the overdue books on my NetGalley. And I have a ton of books on NetGalley that are publishing in August. So it's like right now, I think I only have 20, but by the end of August, I'm going to have like 38 overdue. So I'm going to try to get close. I'm not going to read I'm not going to finish 38 books, but I'm going to try to get as close as I can. And I think my percentage, I'm going to try to get to 90%, I think, which feels crazy, but I'm going to try to do it. Why not? But I want to have all my the reviews that I need to get written done by then. Jess says, I started making drafts for reviews in the notes app on my phone while writing. Then when I finish the book, I just need to edit. I am terrible for forgetting what happened in a book by the end. Me too. And I have 2 strategies to help with that. Number 1, Maggie Moose, Meaggie, Maggie Moose. She makes bookish merch. I'll bring it up on the screen here. Just that I like sharing stuff with you guys. So Maggie Moose makes a bunch of bookish stuff. But she makes these book review notepads that are like sticky notes. I have, where's mine? Oh, I have this one right. Oh my God, I'm not showing you. There we go. Okay. I have this one right here. So it's like a sticky note. And for when I'm reading a physical book, I keep this nearby and I just take little notes at the bottom down in this notes and tropes. I just keep notes on stuff that I like or things that I think. I read this book like 2 months ago, but I remember A Forbidden Alchemy by Stacey McEwen. I read it mostly on audio. I literally have one note, one singular note on this entire sheet of paper. It says, the end of chapter 34 shot me straight in the chest. Because that one took me out. But I love these. But then also on the story graph, go to app, thestorygraph.com. What I really like doing is every time you give an update. So if I say, let me go back here. This book I started reading and I actually am like 6% through. Whenever you track your progress, you can add a note. You can include quotes. You can, whatever notes you want. And these are private to you. So I will add notes in here about what I'm thinking so far so that when I go back to review the book, I can just go look back at my journal entries. So like here, this one, I just finished at 1 a.m. this morning. I can view my journal entries and I can see like if there's a quote that I really liked. Cool. I listened to this on audio. I was driving. I couldn't make a lot of notes. So I did make bookmarks in there. But if there's quotes that you like, if there's things that you think, you can just add them to your journal entries as you make updates. And that works really well for me. So it gives me like notes on what I'm doing so that I don't forget. Because I do forget. Mary says, Jess, I have too many this time. Mm-hmm. And that is smart. Demar says, I did that a few times, but haven't been good about doing the notes for all the books. I will usually do it like very much in the moment. In the moment, right when I think of it. Jess says, I think I've got 5 draft ones on the go. That's a lot. The cute animal stamps. I try to get pretty stamps here too. Cute. And Corey says, I'm trying to be really good since I'm primarily an audiobook author, but I've caved a bit. I think we all cave a little bit. Demar says, no wonder you're yawning. Yeah, I just haven't gotten a lot of sleep. You know what? It'll be fine. Mary says, I hover at 90%. You're a rock star. I will read a bunch and review a bunch and get super, super, super close. And then I just kind of request 70 more and fall right back down. But I've like progressively, it was like I went 30% to 54 and then down to 40%, but then up to 65 and then down to 52% and then up to 74. You know, like I'm slowly getting closer and closer. So yay. I think currently before reviewing all of these ones that I really need to get reviewed, I think I'm at like I'm at 61%. After I review all of these, I should be at like 73%. And that will set me up for ARC August to hopefully, I mean, after or before ARC August starts, I think I will have 44 books total that are like need to be done. Not all of them. I'm not going to read all of them during August, but that'll set me up in a good spot to get close to 90, I think. Just says sharing is caring. Those notes are cool. You could use them as a bookmark in the actual book, and I do. The little like pad of paper that they're on. I don't know where the actual pad went because they're sticky notes, but that pad I use as a bookmark sometimes. Renee says, I just ordered A Forbidden Alchemy. I loved it. It was like the fullest 5 stars. Maybe even like I don't do 5 stars very often. I've never done a 6-star book. This might be one. I can't express properly how good it was. I just thought it was really well done. It was so interesting. There were twists that I didn't see coming. There were twists that I like suspected but hoped weren't true. Like it was just I really, really loved it. I also something that was really cool with this for me personally is that I earlier this year, late last year, I read Stacey McEwen's first ever book, her debut, which is called Ledge. And I will admit I gave Ledge a relatively low rating because I thought that the plot, like the idea of the plot and the idea of the characters was really, really good. It was like, but it wasn't executed well. Pacing was really, really rough. Development of characters was really, really rough. But despite all odds, I wanted to know what happened. Despite all odds, I wanted to know what was going to happen to these characters because I liked them. And so it was like great ideas, but for me in her first book ever, the writing was just not at a great level yet. And so now Forbidden Alchemy is her her most recent release is the sequel to A Forbidden Alchemy. Which is I believe it's a Forsaken Prophecy. Just launched like literally this week. And so in Forbidden Alchemy, though, her writing has improved so much. And it's so cool to see because I'm like, I knew that she was this amazing, inventive author who came up with great ideas. And you can see how her writing has developed to a point where now the execution is so good. Anyway, I loved Forbidden Alchemy. Everybody read it. Jeff says, I joined, requested a bunch, got approved for more than expected. Preach. I've scrapped up into the 50% and want to get higher in August, but library holds keep coming up. I know. I did go through all of my ones that are overdue, meaning the book has already been released, and I requested them all on Libby on audiobook so that I can get through them hopefully a little bit faster. Yeah, 29 holds. Great. So yeah, I have a whole bunch of them here. The God's Time Forgot, which is an arc from 2024. Casual. I've got The Antiquarian's Object of Desire, which launched in March, I think. Hollywood Hookup launched earlier this spring. The Book Witch launched in April. The Night We Met launched in March. Queen Crowned in Flames launched in May. Playing for Keeps launched in January. Hell's Heart launched in March. All of these books that I have the arcs for, but I'm going to listen to them on audiobook through my Libby loans. Just says, excuse me, was that a dog? Probably. Hold on. Hey, Georgie. Hey, George. Hey, George. Come here. Or Meg, do you want to come say hi? Maggie. Somebody's going to come say hi. Who's that girl? That my puppy girl. Maggie, you want to come say hi? Say my name Maggie. I'm a puppy girl. Hi, baby. Are you very good? You want a neck scritchies? Yeah. She just got back from a walk. So she got really hot. Hi, puppy girl. Are you really good? You're really, really good? Wow. Hi, pretty girl. Hey, are you so beautiful and so smart? You're so smart. Wow. Oh, thank you. So, yeah, that's Maggie. That's one of them. My other one is George. He's kind of looks the same. But he's a pit bull lab, and she's a German Shepherd lab. So, hi, puppy girl. Yes, you love the neck scritchies. I know. They feel so good. So she sometimes just comes and wanders to say hi real quick. The other one will do it too. They're usually in and out so fast that I can't even catch them. Hi. Thank you for coming to say hi. Hey, do you want a goldfish? No, right here. I have to give her a little snack coming when I call it. And goldfish. She loves chips. She's my daughter. Here you go, puppy girl. Thank you. We'll see if the other one hears that crunch from the basement and comes trotting up. Renee says, I also bought a Forsaken Prophecy because it has fountain pens on it. Real. Absolutely real. I don't Forsaken Prophecy, I feel the same way about this as I do about Earthbound by Sarah Al-Arifi. I have the arc of it. It launches October 11th. It's probably the first book I'm going to read in arc August, but I'm like so scared to read it because I'm so excited for it. Like I'm so excited for it and I'm so nervous about how it's going to end. And I feel the same way about Forsaken Prophecy. Just as I'm literally writing with fountain pens right now. I have a fountain pen too. It's purple. I try not to hold it upright because I don't want it to bleed all over the place. But yeah, I love writing with a fountain pen. Just says we can have 30 loans, but only 10 holds at our library. Yikes. I'm sorry. And thank you. I also think she's adorable. And she's just going to lay back there. Hi. She's going to hang out. Actually, it's like an hour and a half until dinner time. And so she's going to be like, she and her brother are both going to bug me for the next hour and a half until it's dinner time. I've got too many fountain pens to count. I don't write on physical paper enough to justify the wild number of pens I have. I also have a ton of the Blackwing pencils. In case you're not hype to Blackwing pencils, I strongly recommend. I have the independent bookstore collab. They're very expensive for no reason. They're like $5 per pencil. Takes me forever to use one, but I love them. Same thing with pens. If we go a little bit this way, that's my pen holder thingy over there. It is very, very full. I don't write on paper very much. So, Demir says, it's Earthbound part of the Feybound series. Yes, it is the third and final book. There's Feybound and then Cursebound, and I thought it was a completed duology. So I'm getting closer and closer to the end of Cursebound, and I'm like, how is this going to wrap up? And then it ended. I was not ready, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And it turns out that it was an incomplete trilogy, so that was a surprise. Just as I got into journaling and writing letters so I could use my pens more, I needed reasons to write with them. For real. Mary says I go through too many pencils to pay $5. The thing is that these are really high quality pencils. And if you're a person who writes with pencils a lot, oh, you'll notice the difference. They're so good. They have multiple different types of graphite. And anyway, they're really cool. So I am going to quick bring up my Summer of Love progress for anyone who needs to know, I guess. But let's actually add it to the screen. I just have the actual prompt side by side here. So I'm almost done. I do have one complete bingo now. And so I just have trans, non-binary, or genderqueer MC. That's going to be a physical read. Workplace tension, I'm reading right now. Here's the thing. I have this one is favorite author, and I have 2 books that could work interchangeably, so it's kind of like whichever one I finish first. But for YA romance, I read The No Girlfriend Rule by Kristen Randall. That was adorable, cute, amazing. Loved it. Made me cry. You Started It by Jackie Kalilia. Also cried. This was unexpectedly deep, and so I really enjoyed that. For an Indigenous author, I read Shoot Your Shot by Lexi LaFleur Brown. I will say this one didn't have a huge emotional impact for me, but it was still cute. Still enjoyed it. For friends to lovers, I read A Little Kissing Between Friends by Shinsia C. Higgins, and this was excellent. The spicy scenes were good job, Shinsia. Good job. That was great. For indie author, I read Silver Fox by Kayla Gross. Kayla is a traditionally published author for her Lumber Snack series, but for a lot of her books, she is indie published. This is one of them. It's an age gap novella for Dad's best friend. I need to read some more of that. I'll tell you what. I did enjoy that. For sapphic romance, I read A Bond Me for Two by Trinity Wynn. And this was so cute. This also had like an unexpectedly strong emotional payoff at the end, like that it came out of nowhere. For Animal on the Cover, I have The Redo List by Denise Williams. I really enjoyed Denise Williams' stories, and this is the same universe as Just My Luck, or Just Our Luck, I think. And so I like that they were interconnected. I like that a lot. I like the characters from the first book, and that they come back into here too. So I like that one a lot. For Black Romance by a Black Author, I read Plus Size Player by Danielle Allen. If you don't know, I love Danielle Allen. Danielle Allen is an auto-buy author, one of my favorites of all time. Love this series bad. Real bad. 5 stars. For Enemies or Rivals to Lovers, I read Love on the Shelf by Sheila Roberts. I will admit that I did not really enjoy this one a whole lot. I think I gave this one like 2.75 stars. The thing is that this book is about a romance book owner and a manosphere podcaster, and where the guy on the podcast like makes fun of romance books, and she owns a romance bookstore, so she is like kind of going to bat with him. But the problem is that the point of the book is to argue that, so the point is for the main characters to be saying, hey, romance is worth it, like it's in defense of romance readers. However, the book was all man-centered. I don't know a better way to articulate that, but it's like everything in the book was about men and through a men's lens. And so it didn't feel like a romance book. It didn't feel like it was in defense of romance books per se. I will say the male main character was the only character that I felt had any like depth to him. The female main character felt kind of flat, and she was also like, she didn't develop a whole lot. She kind of starts as this like quieter, introverted. I would use the term meek to describe her. Her mom kind of pushes her and drives her to do things, but she didn't change a whole lot. She didn't develop a whole lot. I don't know. I struggled with this one big time, but I did read it on audiobook, so it still went relatively quickly. But it was also crazy to see a manosphere podcaster be the love interest. Like that took me a second. For Second Chance Romance, I read This Ain't Our First Rodeo by Liara Tamani. Let's move this up a bit so we can see the author name. So this was really cute. It's about they're like 19, so they're technically teens. It is YA. And they are both like rodeo adjacent prodigies. So he is a rodeo prodigy for bull riding. Her family just is like a huge sponsor of the rodeo and stuff. And so it was a really sweet story. Again, this is one where it's like, I don't know that I had a huge emotional payoff for it, but it was really, really cute. At the bottom here, part of a series, I read Awake at Dawn by Amelie Reese. I love Amelie's books. I love Amelie's writing. I loved the first book in the series. I just finished this one last night. Really, really enjoyed that as well. And I'm actively reading the third book in the series right now. So, and then down here, Summer Romance, I have Wish You Weren't Here by Erin Baldwin. This was a 5-star read. This was fantastic. I did not expect to love this so much. And I cried so many times because it's about Juliet, who feels very like out of place at school. Priya is like the popular girl. She's an influencer. And she makes Juliet often feel like she's just like not good enough, not on purpose, just by comparison kind of thing. And so Juliet's only happy place, like she often thinks that she's like too weird, too much. People don't want to be around her except when she's at summer camp, where she's been going for like 10 years. It's her senior year. It's her last year at camp as a camper. She is like at the top of the food chain at camp kind of thing. And then Priya shows up. It's like in her only safe place. And so the way that the book describes that feeling of like losing the only place you felt like you could be yourself, I think was just so good. It was so good. The romance between the two is excellent. That was really good. So I'm having a really good time. I have 3 books left to read. One of them is a graphic novel so I can get that one done pretty quick. And then the other two, one of them is going to be Attached at Heart, which is the next book in this Wildflower series. And then I have to roll dice to see what this last one will be. So yay. And then in addition, so Summer of Love is going to go through the end of the month. If you get a bingo in any direction, so like up here, I've got one bingo diagonally, up and down. Any bingo, you get one entry into the prize pool. So if once I fill out this book, it'd be like the second bingo. If once I fill out this book, that would be the third bingo. If one square completes two bingos, like when I fill in this one, I can only count it for the up and down bingo or the side to side. But you can enter the books that you read. Let me know if you complete a bingo. If you complete the whole board, that's worth extra points. And if any of your books feature disabled characters, which on this board includes the no girlfriend rule, includes you started it, includes wish you weren't here, does include the redo list, I believe. It's Disability Pride Month, so if any books feature a disabled author or disabled main character, you get an extra entry, and then we'll draw at the end of the month. So that'll be good. But we also have Arc August coming up, and I'm so excited for Arc August. So in case you aren't familiar, Arc August is throughout the month of August. I'm one of the co-hosts with Atya. If you haven't joined yet, you should come join Team Obsidian Order, and we're going to have a great time reading. And it's really just reading together with friends. It is competitive, but it's based on the number of pages that you read, plus some bonuses that give you bonus points. And even if you're like, hey, I think I can read like 2 books, that's perfect. 1 book, perfect. Read any amount, great. We'd love to have you. We just really, really enjoy reading and readathons with friends. So would love to see you there. I will go ahead and add Arc August details to the description when we do our first sprint. Demar says, I read Curse Bomb, but can't recall what happened. I'll have to reread, I guess. I'm happy to DM you the big thing that took me all the way out. Glenda says, do you think the book Miss Meteor would go on sapphic romance or trans non-binary genderqueer MC? Let me find out. Miss Meteor. Let me go look at it here. I mean, it's possible that it could be both. I would say it likely could be both without having read it. So you could pick either. Renee says, I think I goofed because I cannot remember if I submitted any books yet or even submitted the entry form. Lucky for you, I know someone who can help with that. So I will take a look and see what you've submitted so far, Renee. Because I do the exact same thing all the time. Let's see, Summer of Love Readathon sign up. We've got I do have Renee signed up, so good. And then for submissions, I don't think I have any submitted for you yet, Renee. So you can go submit. And if you submit the same book twice, I'll just I'll take one of them. I will DM you. You're welcome. All right. So, oh Jesus, that's really squeaky. I am going to order some food because I need to eat dinner, and then I'm going to be working on fixing my Herkid spreadsheet that I own. For Herkid, a variety of people sign up to help with data cleaning up, and I am doing that for the BIPOC spreadsheet, which was my favorite prompt for Herkid. So I'm really excited because then I get to see what everyone read for that prompt. It was my favorite one. I wish I could have done the prompt 8 times. For this year's Herkid, I will be doing my mashup of the BIPOC prompt, and then I have to pick one from Herkid number 1 to do. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited about that. Oh, good. You're welcome. So today we are going to be doing our standard hour-long sprints. I will bring up Spirit City here. Yay. Add a stage. I do need to see still if the next, like, I think every week we're basically going to go look to see if the next Spirit City DLC has been announced, because I am feral for it. Is going to be called, it's Spirit City Magical Library. So like right now we're in a greenhouse hanging out, right? And we also, we have our kitchen, our house, the train. The new one is a library. Oh, it does not have a launch date yet. Dang. So we'll have to survive in our greenhouse for now, in our garden. But we'll start with typing because that's what I'm doing. And then if you guys want to see something else, you let me know. But we'll go ahead and get started with our first sprint, which is going to be, we're going to make that an hour. There we go. First sprints are going to be an hour long today, and then we'll just see how many we can fit in. So we will go ahead and get started, and I will see you all in 60 minutes, and happy sprinting. All right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Happy sprint. How was it? What did you get done? What did you do if you didn't get stuff done? What'd you work on? I am like, I finished another step in the process of cleaning this spreadsheet. Um, so I'm making progress. I'm really excited because, like I said earlier, this is my favorite prompt of Herkid 2. I am cleaning and getting stats ready for the BIPOC authors prompt, which is my favorite prompt. It's the one that I loved the most. And so I'm just really excited to get to go through it. And then also, I think it's just really cool to see what people were reading. Like, what did people prioritize? Well, let's get me back up here. So I got another like step in the process done. It's a multi-step process to get the data in a format that can be cleaned and set up. So yeah, just a heck of a process. And then I ate dinner. I like right after I told y'all, hey, I need to get some food. My husband was like, hey, do you want me to order you Arby's? And I'm like, yes, thank you. Arby's is one of 3 like places to grab food in my town. My options are McDonald's, Arby's, or Dairy Queen. So great. I love that for me. If I'm able to clean all this tonight, I would like to read a little bit more of Attached at Heart by Amelie Reese. I also do have to get my books and stuff out of my car. I got in around 1:30 last night in the morning. And so I do need to like I haven't pulled anything out of my car. I took my body and then like my backpack out of my car, and I did not do anything else. So I need to do that too. But let's see how y'all went. Look who joined us. It's Ashley. Hey Ashley, how are you? What are you doing today? How's it going? Good to see you. Glenda says hi to Ashley, and hi Glenda back. Just got my letter all ready to send. Yay, got lunch ready and done a little bit of reading, eating, and reading now. That sounds like a delightful Saturday morning. I love that for you. Demir says, I watched some YouTube and read about 20 pages. Excellent. And did I go into any bookstores while in Indy? No. My plan was to do that tomorrow, but since I came home early, I did not get to. Which, in the interest of my wallet, is probably pretty okay. Because currently, so I keep track of all the books that I own on a spreadsheet. As I acquire new books, I add them to the spreadsheet, right? And so I do have data on how many books I have purchased each and every month. The problem here, I'll show you what the problem is. Let me bring this up here. All right. Nope, don't want to ruin myself. There we go. Problem on the spreadsheet is, oh, come on. This column right here, books acquired per month on a monthly basis. Let's do this. Let's make this real big so we can take a look. Books acquired each month. I started tracking in February. I have a bit of a problem. And so my goal for July and August, was to acquire 5 or less books per month. I have already blown that out of the water for July. And I still have 3 more to add to the pile. I have Trial of the Sun Queen by Nisha J. Tooley. I have Gwen and Art Are Not in Love by Lex Croucher. And I have Anne of Avenue A by Audrey Belaza and Emily Harding. Belaza. So I still have 3 more books to add, and we're not even done with the month. So I'm at 16 books acquired this month. So, It's not, is it the worst thing that I did not make it to any bookstores? I will probably be okay, realistically. So, yeah. It is really, I do really like seeing these stats though. So I have at the end of each month, like right now, this is my current stats for July, but it will change because I am still reading books in July. Each month, the percentage of total books that I've been tracking that have been read, because this percentage is like, is right here. Now I do have more titles in my current library. I suppose I could make this a percentage of, anyway, percentage of books read. How many books have total, since I started tracking, been read and or removed from my library? So I either read them or I unhauled them before I read them. And then like so this is just the total overall, and then this is the per month basis. How many total books are currently unread? So, you know, how many total books are being tracked? How many books I acquired each month, and then I'm also keeping track. I started recently keeping track of how many books total have I kept of the ones that I have read. So once I read a book, I designate whether I'm keeping it or unhauling it based on how I enjoyed it, etc. So then I can keep track of how many are total in my library. So, and this also tells me, like right now, I am keeping about 40% of the books that I read and then unhauling 60% to little free libraries, to my local library, to book swaps, etc. So yeah, I don't need to go to more bookstores. I do still need to add these 3 to the end of my list. We're doing fine. We're doing great. I'm fine. We don't need to talk about this anymore. Just says, what kind of food is Arby's? To know spelling. Yeah, it's ARBY apostrophe S. It used to be called the letter R, the letter B, Arby's. And it's a roast beef sandwich shop. Now it's a little bit more fast foodified. So it's just it's meat sandwiches, for lack of a better term. Ashley says, I'm making some pasta right now and going to get back into ACMAF. So glad it's Friday. TGIFF. Thank goodness it's fucking Friday. Is that right? Mary wrote 3 reviews. Yay, Mary. That's amazing. Way better than me. I could 3 reviews in 1 sprint. I could not. Mary says hello to Ashley. Renee says, just put the chickens to bed. How do you put the chickens to bed? That sounds really cute. And made progress on Wolf Song. Excellent. Ashley says hi to Mary. And Demar says, oh, those numbers don't look too good for the gold TBR number. No. By the end of the year, I would like to be below 200 books unread. Meaning, not only do I have to read 56 books, but for any books that I purchase, I also have to read 1 book off the physical TBR. So if I acquire 50 books, that means I have to read 106 books instead of 56 books because I have purchased an additional 50. So I'm not going to go on a book buying ban because they're like, look. I'm not going to go on a ban because I buy all of my books from indie bookstores or authors, like directly from them. I don't buy books on Amazon. I don't really buy books at Barnes and Noble. I buy books from indies and or like these ones I got for free from Forever at a Forever publishing event. So like I'm spending my money locally where it matters, and I'm good with that. So I'm not going to ban myself from buying, but I got to cool my jets. I also buy a lot of books like on Pango from creators that I enjoy and want to support. So anyway, just as my lunch gets even better, I have leftover cake from work birthday yesterday. Yay! Demar says, but you're removing at a good rate too. Yes. And I have, like, every single month I go through and I'm like, is there anything on this shelf that I just don't see myself reading? So books that I acquired years ago that I'm just not, I'm no longer interested in. And at all times, if a book could be more valued not on my bookshelf, I want it to go there. Like, realistically, am I gonna read Lord of the Rings? I should take that off my shelf. It's a cute, fancy version. I don't think I'm gonna read it anytime soon. And if I read it, I'll probably read it on audio because it's big. So it's like, that's the kind of stuff where I'm just trying to make tough decisions and unhaul because I don't want it to be taking up shelf space. Renee says I like Arby's curly fries. When it comes to curly fries, Arby's is the GOAT. And like the seasoning that they've got on their fries, they're nice and crispy. I love it. And the chickens go into their coop when we close the door. I am imagining a routine, giving them some pets, tucking them in, you know, singing them a little bedtime story. Jess says my cat is happy because I give her little bits of chicken. So don't let her near Renee's house. And I bought 2 ebooks this year, not counting gifts, and that's a loss for me. I try not to buy any at all and use the library and now NetGalley. And that's the thing. I'm also reading hella library books. I'm renting 15 books a month from Libby. Well, you know, from a variety of libraries that I have on Libby. So it's like, I'm reading all over, man. And like, if I look at my NetGalley, which, there we go. If I look at my NetGalley shelves, like several of these, not the ones that are coming up recently or soon, but there are several of these that like I have physical copies of. I have a copy of this. 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 I just read this. I have a copy of this one. I have a copy of this one. So there are tons and tons of books on my NetGalley shelf that I also have physical copies of too. Do I have a Duke's Cameo? I have 3 physical copies of this and the ALC and the ARC. I have this. I have this, you know, so, and like these ones, I get sent these by the publisher. So the publisher sent me a copy of this one after I got after I read the ARC. I was like, all right, cool. So I don't know. I got a lot of books, you guys. Renee says they get herded by us or our dog. They have their own ramp. Cute. Just says, oh my God, sorry, my comment about chicken came up in that order. That is funny. Like right after Renee is like, yeah, we put our chickens to bed. We get them in their coop. And you're just like, I feed my cat chicken. Yeah, not great. Not ideal. That's fine. But yeah, so maybe I should go add these 3 to my spreadsheet quick. But yeah, I'm getting super, super close to the point of the BIPOC spreadsheet that I will actually be able to start getting meaningful data out of it. So I'm really excited about that. And oh my gosh, I just realized that I got stickers in here. There's a sticker here that says, we love books and cheese, which could not be more true. Also, Forever is the publisher for Abby Jimenez's books. Abby Jimenez lives locally to me. One of my really good friends is Abby Jimenez's best friend. So I'm 2 degrees of separation from Abby Jimenez. You're all 3 degrees. And there's a sticker of all of Abby's books. The problem is that I have not read any of them yet. So, yeah, gotta think about that. All right. Jess says, I have requested my library buy some books I've liked on NetGalley. My hold for one came through recently. Felt really cool. Like no one else in my area might have seen it if I hadn't requested it. That's awesome. And I mean, I know a lot of libraries I know are like super strapped for funds, but it's at the same time, it's like, you got to keep trying. You got to keep asking. Because also the more you ask, the more it convinces people to fund them. If that makes sense, because they can show, hey, here's all the requests that we've gotten. So Ashley says, I got approved for another arc, so really setting myself up for success here in Arc August. Yep. Here's the thing, you're setting yourself up to have choices. Your welcome self. You know? You're setting yourself up for one kind of success. Would it be more or less difficult to choose what to read next if you had less choices? That's all I'm saying. All right. I keep sharing other stuff, so then I have to bring back Spirit City. Let's go ahead and get back into Spirit City. Again, if anybody wants us to do a different task in here, we can do a different task. For now, I will set us up to do watering. Oh, cute. I like those flowers. There was like a little potting station over here, but it's painting, writing. Oh, repotting. Yeah, cute. That one's cute. But I want the cow to be able to enjoy too. Like, you're just reading. I want you to be able to do stuff also. She doesn't knit. She doesn't do anything here. I do like when she plays a little game. She draw. Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. She draws with her mouth. Okay. We'll draw. I love the cow. Move this over here. Just says, I don't think I'll get far through the 41 I need to review on Neck Alley in August. You just do your best. And it ultimately, what I really loved about Arc August last year, because it was my very first ever readathon that I participated in, I loved that it just formed community that was encouraging, and we celebrated wins, whether you are moving from 1% to 3%, or finally hitting your goal of 80 or 90. It was just everyone's cheering for you. Everyone is just about supporting authors and books coming up, and we kind of all have the same goal, like that same ultimate goal, and I just love the camaraderie around it. So I'm really excited for it. Again, if you have not picked a team and you want to pick Obsidian Order with Atya and I, it's going to be a fun time. We're going to set up, we've been talking about some stuff that we're going to set up for folks. So we are so excited for it. And yeah, we can't wait. So we will go ahead and get started on our next sprint here. And I will see everyone in 60 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. I have made massive progress on this spreadsheet. I am becoming more and more confident that this is something that I can complete tonight, hopefully. I'm at the point of like going through and making sure that if multiple things are on this book, that just that they match exactly. So, yeah. That's what I'm working on it. All right. Also, so it's crazy how many things are like misspelled. All right. So yeah, and then if I can finish, that means I can read my book some more. Let's see how y'all did and who joined us. Oh, there's a lot of comments. Holy crap. Jean's here. Hey, Jean, how are you? Jean is on chapter 8 of the arc The Shippers by Catherine Senner. Excellent. A couple people have read that recently. A rom-com that takes place on a cruise ship, I believe. Glenda says hey to Jean. And Shure's here. Hello, hello. Saying hello to everybody. Renee says, have a good night, everybody. Off to put the bunnies in bed so I can go read in bed. Renee had to put chickens to bed, bunnies to bed, and then herself to bed. Cute. So good night to Renee. Glenda says, good night, Renee, and take care. Alicia says, I'll be back. Mario Kart. I do the exact same thing with Fortnite. I'll be back. I gotta go play Fortnite. Atia's here. Hey, Atia. How's it going? Reading I Accidentally Hooked Up with a Vampire by Jessica Cage. I just read that one, too. I just read that one. I mean, I don't know. Like, last month, maybe? The month before? I don't know. In case anyone is still deciding what team to be on for Arc August or hasn't joined Arc August yet, Ati and I are co-hosts for the same team, for the Obsidian Order. And you should come join us. It's going to be a great time. Glenda says hello to Atia. Jess did some reading and had an everything shower, which exhausting with chronic illness. Back with 5 minutes to spare. But do you feel refreshed at all? Do you feel like glad that everything's done? So let us know. Atia got to 77%. So, page 775 in like a 300-page romance. Demers didn't get any reading done. I think I found the Arc August announcement. Is it by Read with Dr. B? Yes, it is. It's by Vanessa. It's just a great time. So it's basically, you don't have to read arcs. That's totally fine. You can read whatever you want. There are a couple of like bonus prompts sprinkled throughout the month, but you can read whatever you want. Where you can we count points, and not necessarily like you don't have to read and fulfill specific prompts for books to count. Every book can count and earn you points. So every book can earn pages points and bonus points for things like diverse authors. So it's not hard to join. Everyone's welcome. It is technically it's competitive. We think that we can win. We think that we'll just have a great time. But there is a non-competitive team if that stresses you out a little bit, which is also totally fair. And the purple team is going to be the best one. And I'm not biased about that at all. So perfect. All right. And Jess says, yes, that is the channel. And I suppose I could get the picture going here. The picture, Jesus. I suppose I could get the link pulled up here. Wouldn't be the worst thing. I hope to have a video out my recommendations for our bonus prompts for our team. So let's see. Read with Dr. B. There we go. Let's grab videos, Arc August, share the link. This is a long link. Why is the link so long? Oh, it's not as long when I do that. Okay. So just posted a link right there to the announcement video, which has all the information about how the readathon works and how you can join as well. So Highly recommend. It's the first ever readathon that I did as a part of BookTube. It is the readathon that made me create my BookTube and start creating videos and or sprinting. And yeah, lots of love for it. And you could have Ati and I as your team leads, as your co-hosts. And I don't know that there's anything better. I'm just glad that I got Ati as my co-host. I did beg to be partnered with her. So sorry if you wanted to use somebody else. Ashley, for that sprint, cleaned up the kitchen, vacuumed while listening to Body Count by Cody Crowley. What is that about? I want to know. I'm interested. I will say, as I'm cleaning up this spreadsheet, so in case you missed it, I'm doing stats for the Herkiad Readathon 2.0 that just wrapped up. I am editing one of the spreadsheets. And so as a part of editing the spreadsheet, it's basically just like cleaning it up, kind of. So making sure if one version of a book is misspelled, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make sure that every version of that book has the same spelling so that we know when we're trying to count how many of each thing were read, that is just accurate. So it's just cleaning up the spreadsheet. And as I'm going through, I picked this spreadsheet, the BIPOC author spreadsheet, because that's my favorite prompt. It was my favorite one. And I get to like see all the books that people are reading, and I'm like, what's that? Is that good? Huh? So as I'm going through, I'm like, occasionally I have to like Google a book just to make sure that I have got the right spelling, that I got correct information about the author, whatever. And so as I'm going through that, I'm like, I look it up. I'm like, oh, that looks really good. That looks really good. And I'm like highlighting it for myself. So I'm keeping track of what I might put on my TBR. Just these little Gen Z, Gen Alpha hearts. Mary got 2 more reviews done. Mary's done 5 reviews and 2 sprints. That's incredible. You're aspirational. So I hope that is me on next week's sprints. Next week, so next Friday, Arc August actually starts on Friday US time. I believe it's around noonish. And I say noonish because I'm not sure which time zone that's in. But so my Friday night sprints next week will be Arc August sprints. Yay. And I'm probably going to be doing reviews because I have so many to do. So, and then, yeah, that's the millennial one. I do this one. The youths have taught me. Ashley says that Body Count is YA horror, sapphic slasher about some teens on prom weekend at a little beach resort. Cute. Well, not cute, but you know what I'm talking about. Jess says, I feel clean. I hate washing my hair. I get that. I don't like being damp I don't like my skin to feel like it's got moisture on it, which means that I am chronically under moisturized. Like I don't like when my skin is like dry, like visually looks dry. However, the idea of putting I can't even think about it without being like the idea of having lotion all over me. And like when I shower, I am toweling off every single inch, and then I'm like air drying, and I cannot put clothes on until I am 100% dry. I can't do it. So if I am actively inside water, if I am wet, but everything else around me is also wet, that's fine. If I am damp and dry, and like my husband, bless him, if you're watching, honey, I love you. He goes into the bathroom. He's in there for a billion years to shower. He doesn't turn the fan on, so it's foggy, steamy, whatever. He gets out of the shower. He keeps the door closed, and he puts his clothes on while he's in there. No. Could not be me. Could not be me. I just got a text and I was like, oh my God, did he just text me? No. Okay. So yeah, there are certain parts of an everything shower that I'm good with. certain parts that I don't like, which is mostly the after. Ashley says that she hates washing her hair too. Jess says mine is thick and frizzy, needs so much care. My sister's isn't. If it helps, thick and frizzy, you might not look like an oil slick very often like I do. So that's, you know, that part might be nice. Ashley says, I also don't like being sweaty, and now I'm sweaty from vacuuming and cleaning up the kitchen. Jess says, I'll gladly lend you some cold from here. Jess is in New Zealand, so it is winter. On Monday, it is going to be 103 degrees here. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. Real mad about that, actually. Ashley says you should try body oil in the shower. I'm the same way with lotion, and the body oil helps with that. Maybe I could look at that. Yeah, because I just don't like lotion on me. So chronically under moisturized human over here. I do drink a lot of, well, not water, but Diet Coke, which has water in it. I'm under moisturized. I'm underhydrated for sure. Ashley says, yes, please send some cold. I can't take the heat and humidity anymore. We got a notification and it literally said, we recommend you do not go outside for any length of time. So I'm like, all right, I guess my dogs to go to the bathroom are just going to have to go super fast. So, Jess says I use a dry flannel face cloth after I finish washing to dry me off, and then my towel does the rest. Agree, must be dry before clothes. Yeah. Or my best friend does a lot of swimming stuff, and sometimes she's like, well, I really wanted to wear the swimsuit. It's still a little damp, but I just put it on, but I put it on anyway. I can deal with it. And I'm like, you can put on a damp swimsuit? No. Oh, no. My friend in Minnesota and I say we'll meet in the middle with temperature. I'm in Minnesota. Is it me? Am I the friend? Yeah, I would love to meet in the middle of temperature, even between my state's extremes. My state's extremes are -20 and 110. If I could be in the 50s most of the time, that would be perfect, actually. A sunny 55 and then just a brisk 55. Those could be my extremes. That'd be great. My hubby can wear clothes that aren't completely dry. Oh, we're friends now. Cute. Ashley says, sitting in a wet swimsuit for me is one of the worst feelings. And again, if I have just gotten out of a swimming pool and I don't have to move around, I just sit and let my swimsuit wring itself out by me sitting. Great. Super. As soon as I have to move around, God forbid I have to go to the bathroom, pull the swim bottoms down and then pull them back up. No. Lino Lakes is 20 minutes from me. It's really close. Lino Lakes is where my husband and I used to do all of our dates because it was halfway between his place and my place. We were an hour apart, and that was right in the middle. So we would meet in Lino Lakes to do trivia night and karaoke. So really close to me. My fave is a brisk 55, and we do mean Fahrenheit. We do mean Fahrenheit for 55 for sure. So yeah. Can you imagine? My 103 Celsius would probably not be survivable, I don't think. That's above boiling, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And yeah, that is a small road to be in Lino Lakes. You just tell her that you know somebody who lives just north of Forest Lake. So yeah. Out myself on the internet. It's fine. It's safe. We're all good here. All right. So we are going to hop into our third sprint, which, by the way, we've been sprinting for 3 hours and we're starting our third sprint. This is very good timing for us, for Chatty Cathy over here. Yeah, Celsius, 0 to 100. It does make sense. That would be great. And Alicia's back from Mario Kart. 2 circuits and Sun is banned for another week. Screaming and temper tantrums galore. Oh no. Oh, poor kid. Yikes. It's a little it's a little bit funny. Oh no, indeed. Jean says I have 16 reviews to write. Right there with you. I have 14. Just for Nat Galley. I do have additional. I probably have 17 or 18 total. I have multiple tattoos. I did get my Elder Futhark runes before a lot of Christian nationalists decided to co-opt them for purposes I don't condone. But I have this one, reads like this. And it says Utgard, which is another word for Jotunheim, which is one of the realms in Norse mythology. It loosely is land of the wilds and adventure. A more literal translation is troll country, but we're ignoring that one. This one, which is harder to this one is Vanaheimer, which is again loosely the looser translation is like land of magics and magical beings. This one is an alarm clock, and it just means wake up. The time on it is 4:47, which is from the TV show Bones. And the alarm clock itself is from one of my favorite songs. This is the logo for a disaster relief organization called All Hands and Hearts, because I've done a lot of disaster relief work with them. And then I don't even know if I can show. I don't even know if y'all can see this on the back. Oh God, on the back of my neck. I don't know if you can even see that. But that one is Asgard, which in Norse mythology is land of the gods, or loose translation is more like the land of like higher spirit, higher thinking kind of thing. My goal we'll see how much further I go, given that a lot of people are using Nordic runes to express themselves in ways that I don't love. But my goal is to get all 9 worlds. In Norse mythology, all of our realms are attached to the great tree of life, Yggdrasil. And my goal was to get all 9 realms tattooed on me, and then up across my back to get the tree of life itself. We'll see. We'll see. It's going to be expensive as hell. But anyway. So yeah, that is what the tattoos all say. Oh, and then I have one my finger. My husband and I got these because my ring is too tall to when I travel, I worry about it. The week after we got engaged, I went to San Francisco for work, jammed my hand against the window in an Uber, and the center stone popped right out. And I saw it, and I picked it up, and it was safe, whatever. But it's just really high. It's a really, really tall ring. And so I generally don't wear it a whole lot. And we just did tattoos, make it easier. And his ring is made out of a piece of the floorboard from the flooring at Target Center, where his favorite basketball team, the Timberwolves, played a playoff game in 2023. Yeah. His ring is made from that. So it's literally irreplaceable. So he doesn't wear his either. Alicia says he likes to yell, throw controllers, and call people idiots. So no, not happening. Yep, nope. He doesn't need a game for that. Mary only has 6 more reviews to write. Hell yeah. Go Mary. Molly's here. Hello, hello. Hello, still Jean. And Jean says hello to Molly. Mary says hello to Molly. And Molly, what are you working on today? What's going on? What are you doing? It sounds like Jean and Mary are getting reviews written. Or Mary is and Jean just has reviews to write, like me. So I should get writing. I'm not gonna. But I digress. All right. We are going to get Spirit City back up here. Yay. And we'll go into Jess says I'm close to finishing 3 books. So it'll be 3 reviews soon, but I find that easier to do than update my reading journal. True. Alicia says, I think I'm going to have some true fruit banana bits. What are those? And watch Vampire Diaries. Excellent. I got more bookcases painted today. Alicia's working on a project to put up all new bookcases with little fairy doors, little fairies in them, and it looks really cute. I'm so excited for you. We're going to go ahead and do our 3rd sprint today. Again, an hour. We have about 3 hours left total, so we're probably going to get 2 full sprints done. We'll see what we can squeeze in at the end. But we will do another 60 minutes, and I'll see you after that. So happy sprinting, everybody. All right, everybody, that sprint is done. Welcome back. Let's get this out of the way. I am making big progress on the spreadsheet. Oh, we're getting so much data in line. I love it. This is very, very exciting for me. I'm having a great time. So, yeah, it's going well. I like it. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep working on this literally for the rest of the night until I think I might sprint just until I'm done with this, because I want pretty desperately to be done and to be in a place where I can hand it off because it needs to be done. So yeah, that's what I got done. Let's see how y'all went. It just says I need to dry my hair this sprint because it's wet. Yeah. Alicia says happy sprinting to everybody. Nikki's here. Hello. Hello, Chad. Currently reading The Hydrogen Murder by Camille Minicino. And on page 28. Excellent. Alicia says hello. So is Glenda. Nikki says hello back to them both. Jess says, so close to finishing one of my books, but I need to stop for my nap. It could be 20 minutes or 3 hours. Nap roulette. Who knows? Yay. I am like not a napper. But while I did my trip yesterday, I did take a pause and I took like a 30-minute nap and it was fantastic. So I'm like, dang, maybe I should do that more often. Dang. Not really. It was nice. I literally slept for like 22 minutes. I set a timer. I slept for like 22 minutes and I felt so much better. Like significantly. So yeah, like maybe I should look into napping. Maybe my body wants it a little bit more. So, yeah. So I'm just pasting a whole bunch of stuff. That's being real weird. All right. Demers says, sign up for Arc August. Yay, and pick Team Obsidian. After seeing the team chat, now I know why you think you will win. Well, and here's the thing. Is winning cool? Absolutely. But I have been in a lot of situations where I'm like pressured to do more than I can reasonably do. And I'm not going to put anybody in that position. You know, we're not going to force people. We're not going to push them beyond limits. We're just going to encourage people to read. And if you're excited to read, like, let's get it done, you know? Winning would be really cool. I'm not going to push it too far. So yeah, we're just going to have a great time reading. I cannot stress how excited I am for this. I love Arc August. Ashley says, got through some more of Body Count. No, 57% in. Excellent. Atia got to 95%, and I accidentally hooked up with a vampire, right? Nikki made it to page 45 in The Hydrogen Murder. Y'all are getting reading in. Corey says, off to bed. Just got back from playing bingo in my pajamas, a.k.a. my ideal night. Thank you. And I hope that you have a great night too. Have a good sleep. Mary only has 2 reviews left. Mary, you are a machine. Oh my God. That's very impressive. I'm very impressed. Dang. Again, I have like 14 that I have to write for Allie, plus another couple for like that I have to write directly for others. So I'm a little worried is not the right word, but I have a lot to do for that. So yeah. All right. That was a little quick chat. We might just hop directly into our next sprint. Y'all are reading, you're rolling. I'm getting the spreadsheet done. Demers says, I'm impressed by Mary too. I'm seriously impressed. Your focus is definitely better than mine. I might hop back to our bedroom location in Spirit City just to give us a little change of pace. We haven't been here in a hot minute. Go to the bed or to the, you know what this is, the window seat. Move this over here. And what can we do that our little, oh, we're not going to clean. I want to do something that my cow can do too. Oh my God. Oh my god, it does little down dog. It doesn't knit. It doesn't type. It does read. I think we might meditate because look at it. Look at it. Oh my god. She's so cute. She's meditating. Oh, there's just thanks cheering us on too. If anything, teach us your ways. Glenda says goodnight to Corey and take care. Have a good sleep. All right, we're gonna meditate because the way that this cow is meditating is just too damn cute. So, we'll do this for our next sprint, and then I will see y'all. I know it's too cute. I will see y'all in another hour. So happy sprinting. Yes, hello. How's it going? Hello, hello. Another one done. I am a bit through through the spreadsheet. It's still going, but I'm working on it. So I still am planning to finish it tonight. I'm trying to also just make sure that we have like all the information that we need and that information is accurate. Like there's definitely a couple. I'm doing the BIPOC spreadsheet for her kid. For those who don't know, I'm data cleaning, just to make sure that when we get statistics, we can get accurate statistics. Making sure that like all the names are spelled the same way. So if we're going to report on like uh, uh, Elizabeth, then we can, or like Stephen is a good one. Stephen is sometimes V and sometimes PH, and sometimes people accidentally type the wrong one. It's just making sure they all match, so we know who they are. And then I'm also just keeping an eye out for any that like are missing something, etc. There are a couple of white authors in the BIPOC spreadsheet that I'm just taking out of there. But yeah, it's hacking away at it. And I think I'm gonna need to go get something to drink pretty soon. I need to stay hydrated. If Christina were here, she'd tell us to stay hydrated. So let's check on your guys' process. Allie said goodnight to Corey. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Oh, you're reading iRobot. When I get iRobot. So is this the book that the movie was based on? Or is this completely separate? Because I really liked the movie. When I get dinner later, I'm going to continue listening to the audiobook of The Restaurant at the End of the Universe. Classic sci-fi. That sounds awesome, Raven. Glenda says hello. Jess says, I'm back, but there's a good chance I'll fall asleep again because it's too short. I only nap because of my illness. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, also, especially, I know that like the everything shower was like tiring and stuff. So I just hope that you're feeling better. Allie says Allie was gonna go to bed, but got to page 49 in the hydrogen murder, and then we'll head to bed soon. There we go. Yeah, good night, Allie. Have a good sleep and take care. Demers is heading to bed. Have a great night. Teague is here. Hello, Teague. How is it going? What are you doing tonight? Glenda says good night to Demers, and hello to Teague. Jess says, finished one of my books, Changing Seasons for the Country Nurse, second in a series. I've got the third on Neck Alley. I have to read in order and loving them. Awesome. I have like a couple of series that I need to finish that are Neck Alley that I'm really excited about. So, Ashley got to 72% in body count. Excellent. I like it. Teague says hello to Glenda. Tell us what you're reading. What are you working on? What are you doing? So just let me know. I am just going to be in spreadsheet zone forever. Not forever. I will finish. It's just taking this particular part is taking a little bit longer than I thought it would. So I'm like losing my steam a little bit, but I'm going to get there. Teague says, I'm not feeling too swell tonight, so I'm not sure how much reading will get done. I might start my Her Kid anthology. Here's the thing. You could read it in August and be part of ARC August and be on my team and get bonus points for that. Because I love anthologies. So I did make read an anthology, my team's bonus prompt. I'm not going to lie to you. It's probably the reason that our team has like the fewest number of people signed up to be on our team is because an anthology is our bonus prompt and a middle grade. So we picked one genre that I love that people don't read very much and one genre that Ati loves that people don't read very much so that we can encourage people to read outside their genres. And I did not know that I would love anthologies and I love them. Like, I didn't think I would. And then I started reading them and I'm like, holy shit, this is great. So I want to encourage other people to do that. So I want people to join our team and read an anthology with me. But you could double dip. You could get points for that and then also for Her Kid. Also, what anthology are you reading? I'm interested. It just says, anyone that likes Creatures Getting Small would like that series. Very reminiscent of it, but in a good way. Oh, that's good. I don't think I've read all Creatures Great and Small. Ashley says, because I'm nosy and love keyboards, what kind of keyboard do you have? It sounds very clacky. I got a custom keyboard made for me. It's real purple. and it lights up, and it says books. It's got some books and stuff on it. And it was painted purple metallic. I got it from, if you are familiar with the book Julia Song is Undateable, or The Name Drop, or Soulmates, but like Seoul Korea Soulmates. The author of all of those books, Susan Lee, who is a delight of a person. She also makes custom keyboards and custom like keyboard fidgets at susanscustomkeybs.com. Highly recommend. It was a great experience. She did like a whole little consultation thing with me to talk about what I like, what I wanted it to sound like, if I'm, Thaki or whatever. And then put it together for me, designed it. I approved the design, and then she sent it off to me. So it was a great experience. I love it. Yeah. Jake says, Girly, I'm on your team already. Have I read the prompter rules? No. Anthology middle grade. Yay. You signed up because it was me and Natia. And here's the thing. I almost always choose my team because I'm like, whose team do I want to be on? I'm all about people's. So, but yeah, your anthology will count. And tell me what one you're doing. Common Bonds, an anthology of Arrow Ace sci-fi stories. That's cool as hell. I should read my Herkiet anthology during Arc August, but I'm going to level with y'all. I pretty desperately need to just read the books that are on my shelf. It's a problem. Well, and then also like, why don't we just together pull up Neck Alley? That can't hurt anybody. Let's just look at it together quick. Okay, so new things keep getting added too often. So, but we'll just take a little peek around. I like some of these covers. Marie Lou. Oh, this must be the second book in the Red City series. The sequel to Red City, yeah. The thing is, Red City is currently sitting on my shelf, not read yet, from 2025. So, oh my gosh, I'm not even showing you guys there. Oh, I forget to do this every time. Yeah, so I would read. Oh, come on. I'm signed in, you ding dong. There we go. I would read this new Silver Dawn, except that I haven't read the first one yet, which is also on my ARC list, and it's from Tor. And if I request the second one before I read the first one, Tor is gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing, dude?" This looks cute. A graphic novel, Juliet and Juliet, teen and YA, sapphic romance. Okay, we'll put it on the to request list because we've got time. But I was gonna say we can look in here for anthologies somewhere, essays and collections. I want to look at most requested. The Best American Science Fiction and Fantasy 2026, edited by Olive E. Blake. That's extremely promising. How many stories is it? It's 432 pages. Jesus. Holy crap. That's really long. I'll still put it on the list. I'll still put it on the list always. But like there's always a bunch of anthologies of like the best short stories, the best food writing. So if you're looking for something to try, you can try some of those. Book of the Dead, probably some horror stories. I'm gonna stay away from that because that seems like it might hurt my heart. Between chapters, I assume has something to do with reading. It's just like a personal essays. So I love anthologies. You can find some on Neck Alley if you want to. Oh, and you can look at specifically Read Nows. Oh, that's interesting. Encounters with Marilyn Monroe. Theoretically, just a bunch of encounters people had with Marilyn Monroe. That actually kind of sounds kind of good. I'm like, what is this? What is fairy? Oh, it's poetry. Oh no, essays. It's different essays. Um, oh, early AIDS activist monologues to launching a counter citywide safe sex campaign. Um, becoming a Canadian queer poetry icon. That looks great. This looks great. So, like, there's a lot of anthologies that I'm going to recommend people read or take a look at. I just want people to explore anthologies more. But then, if you can pick one that would also work for your Herkid, like if you like to read fantasy, that one edited by Olive E. Blake would probably be a pretty good bet. Just because Olive E. Blake, I think, has really good taste. I like this. I like the style of her writing. I just got to double check and see what Forever's been doing. I'm auto approved, so I'm like, I just gotta find out. Oh, Lauren can just. Did I already grab this? Did I already get this? No, I probably. Oh, I put it on my to request list to get it after ARC August. I'm making a list for additional stuff to request. A little cowboy romance, like, oh, I just like I'm jonesing to request. You know how it's like, it's been a while since I've requested something, and I just feel like I wanna. I feel like I want to request something. Or like I want another book, but despite the fact that I have 60 on my list right now. Like, what's most requested? Oh, the book that I'm waiting for, Sweetest Fiend by Raven Kennedy. Oh, this one is most requested because it's part of Camp Neck Alley. Holly Renee's new book, Witch Hat Atelier, is also part of Camp Neck Alley. Laurie Gilmore, doesn't she write the like those little cozy romancy ones? This is called Big Bad Wolf. That could be interesting. Who wrote you? T. Harlow, Potions and Prejudice. This is just, I like this cover. It's a nice cover. This must be book 2 of The Silversmith, which is interesting because shouldn't this be from Forever Publishing? Oh, Second Sky / Forever. So I'm not auto approved because it's a different Forever. Damn. Marie Lu has so many books. Silver Dawn, Marie Lu. Mortal Things, Marie Lu. She had 2 releases this year. My God. Oh, and Laurie Gilmore, Big Bad Wolf. Laurie Gilmore, Wild Wicked Mate. Why are people publishing so many things in a row? Good Lord. Ooh, Elena Armis is a vampire book from Elena Armis. Victoria Aveyard's new one, and that one's definitely popular. I'm surprised that this is dropped below the second page. Avalon Tower. That's a cute cover. I like this. I like the typeface. I like the typeface on this one. I'm like, I want a book. I want a new book. But yeah, so anyway, I got off topic. ARC August, I need to read a fucking lot of these, dude. These ones are part of Camp Neck Alley. They're both graphics / children's novel. Witch Hat Atelier is on there because for Camp Neck Alley, they include it often because the publisher will let them give it away. So I think that's probably why. And then, yeah, there are a lot of books on here that I just have to review. Bad Boy Era, just need to review it. Daggermouth, just need to review it. But I have so many books I need to read in August. And some books that I'm really not excited to read. This one, I don't want to. I have a strong feeling this one's going to be a DNF. I've learned more information about the book since I originally got it. So we'll find out. But yeah, August is going to be really fun. I'm excited. I love NetGalley. I love Arc August. So let me let's see. Ashley says so pretty for the keyboard, yay! But she's on break until October, so yeah, definitely check back though. She's awesome. Teague says read the books on our shelf equals take more library holds out. Sort of. Ashley is going to do Scoot Over Skinny for anthology. Yay! Oh my god, yay! Oh, that's really exciting. Also, keep in mind that some of them are like poets. So for if you were doing Herkiad too, and you were going to do that for like an anthology prompt, some of them would be books of poetry, which would be kind of cool. So, Jess says, I'm trying to resist looking at new ones to request because we've gone, I got approved. Once I get approved, my ratio goes down. Yeah. Yeah. Lucky for me though. Look at this. I only have 4 books. Oh, I only have 4 books pending. They have been pending for a hot minute. This one I have a physical arc of, so like I can read it if I want to. If I have time for it, but I won't. This one I'm absolutely fucking like the all 3 of the rest of them I'm dying for. I love Danica Nava's books have all been 5 stars for me. I love the Plated Prisoner series so much. And then Zakiya and Jamal, I loved Sparks Fly. It was a great read for me, so I'm so excited for this one. And also, Sapphic basketball romances are my shit. I've read so many of them this year, and I want to add to that list. And it comes out like for my birthday, so I kind of think I should get approved for it. Please. But I haven't gotten declined for anything since January, so I'm like, these are just hanging out, and I hope they get approved. I hope. I'm just over here like, please, please let me have them. Just curious why. Oh yeah, so it's on there because the publisher will let them, and they use it for Camp NetGalley often, I think. Just says, sometimes I think they change publishers. I had some that they just released audiobook. One introduced me to a new author. I'm now reading everything that she's written. Millie Johnson. Yeah, that's cool. And yes, if they change publishers and are re-released, even though it was originally released whenever before, then yeah, they will re-release on NetGalley and they'll give away new arcs. Camp NetGalley is an event that NetGalley runs. You do have time still. And I would actually, if you want to participate, I would go do that like now. But if you go to the NetGalley homepage, eventually, and scroll down to Camp NetGalley, if you pick one of these books, and I think you have to download it by the 28th. No, you have to download it by the 26th. So you have to pick it by the 26th and then submit a review by August 13th. And then on your profile, you'll get a badge for Camp NetGalley. So these are the books that are options here. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I have so many arcs. I'm really big time struggling with them. So I was like, hey, I am going to do the children's book Fancy Dogs and Witch Hat Atelier because it's middle grade. So that will also fit for my middle grade prompt. So I did the 2 that are promising to be pretty short. I'm on the educator stream on NetGalley, and so I'm basically auto-approved for nonfiction. What? Oh, lucky. Are you kidding me? What cool stuff is in nonfiction? I'm like, what can you apply for me? Is this a Kiki's Delivery Service cookbook? Are you shitting me? Request this. Get in here, Teague. Request this. And yes, the new Danica Nava Sunflower season. I'm so excited. Going through the Herkiad spreadsheet, I'm seeing so many people chose The Truth According to Ember or Love is a War Song. And I'm like, hell fucking yeah. Ashley says, I think I have 4 pending right now. 2 are the new TJ Clunes, which I would love to get approved for. I think that some of these publishers may be waiting for me to actually like submit a review. It's been a hot minute since I have. So maybe if I just get all that done this week, they'll be like, oh, yes, now we can start approving her for things. And then Fun will do that during the sprint. Yeah, definitely pick what you want to do. You only need to choose one. That's all. to get your little badges. I want, oh, you don't see your badges on your page, which is really dumb. So dumb. I don't want to share my badge. I want to look at the available badges. Okay, where can how it works? I want to see. We're going to just see information about the badges. Badge. Well, is there not a list of Neck Alley badges? Okay, Neck Alley member badges. Hey, okay. So you get, of course, they don't have a picture of the Camp Neck Alley one. Cool. There is a Camp Neck Alley one. It's cute. But I have been, I'm super close to 100. I also and I'm also going to hit 80%, but I have never gotten a featured review, and I want to know what I have to do for this at this point. Like, what do I have to do to get a review featured besides writing it on time? I've done that a couple of times because I don't think any of mine have been featured. I'm pretty sure the icon is like right here or over here. I don't know, but I want to get that badge. I don't know why. I just like badges. It works on me to bribe me with things. So, Jess didn't realize there was a kids book. Maybe I will join Camp Neck Alley after all. Yeah, that's the hard part is that I have so many books on my list that I really need to read that I was like, I can't commit to a longer book that I'm not fully interested in because there's only 20 options for books. And if I'm not fully interested, I don't want to apply for it if I might not want to read the whole book. But a children's book is a lot easier to apply for. So yeah. She says, I just got a book on the cultural history of the pierogi as it pertains to American migrant labor. Ooh. Does it also have pierogi recipes? Feels important. So, all right. We're going to do one more sprint because I want to get as much of the spreadsheet done as I can. I didn't realize it was already so close to 11 p.m., which is when I usually stop sprinting. So, yeah, we're going to do our best. I think it's unlikely that I will finish this during the sprint, but we're going to do our best. The pierogi is a big deal in Ohio. Yeah, that's fair. I believe that. All right, so we're going to bring up Spirit City one more time. I think we're going to say this is the last sprint just because if you were on earlier, I have had none sleep this week. Tuesday night, I went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at 6 a.m. Thursday night, nope. Wednesday night, I went to bed at 1:30 or 2 a.m., woke up at 6 a.m. Last night, I went to bed at 2:30 or 3 a.m., woke up at 7 a.m. I should sleep, theoretically. So we're going to say this is our last sprint just because I have to sleep. Tig says, pierogi is also a big deal here in my region of Canada. Yeah. Ashley says, you definitely need to get some good sleep this weekend. I agree. I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow morning. I just have to let my dogs out, I guess. So after this sprint, I'm going to do as much as I can, and then I'll go to bed. So we will continue to meditate with our adorable cow. Look at this. I wish I could zoom in for you. She's so cute. Closing her little eyes. Putting her little hooves together. All right. And we'll sprint for our 1 hour. I will see you all in 60 minutes, and happy sprinting. All right, hello. That was our last sprint, everybody. Welcome back. I am not done, but I do need to go to bed. I'm like, I gotta make sure I take the time to sleep for the first like night and all week. So I'm gonna just not be done with the spreadsheet today, and that's okay. So I'll work on it tomorrow. I'll see who else is sprinting tomorrow, and then go hang out, which will be good. So yeah. Let me know how you did. Let me know what you worked on. Just a couple of like reminders for stuff. That first. If you are participating in the Summer of Love readathon, make sure that you're submitting your books. Let me know when you get a bingo so that I can enter your name there. I do think I forgot to have a spot on the form to tell me like if you completed the entire board. So post in the Discord if you've completed the entire board. I don't know that there's going to be a ton of folks for that. So just we can go ahead and post in the Discord for it. And then if you are so inclined, make sure that you're joining ARC August with us because it's going to be an awesome, awesome time. Ati and I are so excited to be team leaders for the Obsidian Order. Vanessa is absolutely thrilled to be welcoming people back to the readathon. And she's done a really, really great job getting it ready. So let's see how folks did here. Teague says the cow is adorable. It's so cute. Jess, I have the 25 reviews badge. Do you keep getting them the more you do? Yes. I do believe it actually replaces it on your screen. So it's like once you hit the 50, I think it takes away the 25. Once you hit the 100, it takes away the 50 kind of thing. So it just replaces it with your current badge for the number of reviews. If you add a badge for Camp NetGalley, then that will be in addition to your number badge. So you only have one number badge at any given time, but you will have a bunch of other badges based on things that you do there. So it just says, well, that Fancy Dogs one took 2 minutes to read. That's why I picked it. I was like, I need something that I can get read, that I can get a review written for relatively quickly. I just can't commit to something longer with how many things I've got going on. So Teague says, the Camp NetGalley books are rather lackluster. The one YA thriller might be okay. I'm a sucker for anything comped with Scream. And inevitably disappointed by failing to hit that high bar. I don't disagree that some of the books feel a little bit lackluster when compared to some of the larger books that are available on NetGalley right now. But one big thing to keep in mind is that Camp NetGalley is an opportunity for publishers to get their name out there, because NetGalley is looking for a variety of books. It's looking for essentially one book per genre, as their definition of genre goes. And they need a book that they can give out unlimited numbers of. So they need to find a book from a publisher where a publisher will say, you can give out as many as you want with no limit. The books that have undergone more significant vetting, the books that have gotten more scrutiny, publishers are not going to be giving away for free to absolutely everybody. And so we're getting books that maybe we haven't seen as much. I'm not super happy by the one that has an AI cover. It's the 6 White Horses one. Not a fan of that. So disappointed that was included, but whatever. But just that's probably why some of the books feel a little bit lackluster or like less well known. Ashley is off to bed. Good night, Ashley. Good night from Glenda too. It just says, I was going to skip Camp NetGalley because nothing appealed, but I've done the Fancy Dogs one. It's short and sweet, so I recommend picking it. And I discovered a nonfiction book I can only get on the NetGalley reader had expired. Luckily, my library has already bought it. I'm going to have to try and read the rest before they expire. You can also download the EPUB. So one of the options, it should be NetGalley Reader, and then maybe download the EPUB if that's an option for you. That way, at least you can have the raw EPUB file, upload it to your Kindle, Kobo, read it in an online web reader. So, and yeah, it is just about midnight where I'm at, the previous night. So you are 17 hours ahead of me. Oh, Jean, this is so sweet. I love that. I love you joining. I'm excited because you're on our team. I'm excited for what's coming next. So I appreciate that. Cheek says, I watched Whose Line Is It Anyway clips instead of reading. I did watch an episode of Taskmaster while I was doing this. So Jean says, I skipped Camp NetGalley too. I agree there was nothing I wanted to read. Fancy Dogs, it's the children's book that's in Camp NetGalley. So it's a children's book about fancy dogs. It's fancy dog pictures. And it will take you literal minutes. So yeah, there's an AI cover and then there are 2 religious books on the list. And so that I have a hard time with that. You know, I will say that normally they try to, they do have a goal of having like a variety of books on here, right? I'm noticing as I go through that there are 2 Christian books. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 romance books, several women's fiction. Oh, there's 4 Christian books, 4 religious books, 3 mystery, 2 sci-fi, or 1 fantasy, 1 sci-fi, a couple of middle grade and 2 manga. And I'm noticing that there's not a ton of like nonfiction, own voices, or queer books. Not a lot of like historical, no horror. I feel like normally they try to make sure they have a breadth of books, and I do feel like there's something a little bit missing. It doesn't feel like a true group. Jean says, do you have Shippers by Catherine Center? I don't. I had looked at that one in the store, and I just, for some reason, I didn't feel like I needed to pick it up. But I have seen it. And yeah, Jinx on there being AI cover. Yeah. And it's so funny on NetGalley, you can, like, whenever you see an AI cover, when you look at when you click into the book, look at the book details, you can see all the people have downvoted the cover of the book, which I understand. As an author, that probably doesn't feel great, but at the same time, your cover is AI. So, and like all the publishers that I work with have said, we will cut you if we see you using AI, engaging with AI in any way, shape, or form. And I'm like, bet. Jess says, I'll have a look at the other download option. Yeah, just in case, just to have it. Jean says, it is 1 a.m. here, so you're in the East Coast. I'm joining Arc August, but haven't joined a teen yet. I thought I saw you as Purple. You should join me in Atia. Jess says, I love Taskmaster. Never heard of Americans watching it. I watch the original and Australia and New Zealand. I do not care for any others. I think, oh man, like the OG is great, but I think New Zealand might be my favorite. I think the Kiwi one's better. Taskmaster is so good. Jean's like, I'm going to go immediately download Fancy Dogs because I can't resist a badge. Right. Richard Oyada is on the next season, and I'm so excited. There is a horror. Okay, I might have missed the horror. Might be deep in there. And then same badges. Like, I love badges too. I joined Emerald. Jess, you can switch. All you gotta do, you go into the Discord, you go back to that choose your team, and you unclick the green and you re-click and then you click the purple. That's all you gotta do. I don't know if this will come as a shock to anyone about the fact that I have picked the purple team. Like, where's my backpack? There's a reason that I picked to be co-host of the purple team. It's because everything I own is purple. Jean says, I will take your subtle hint, Allie. I'm not gonna lie, I've already forgotten what I subtly hinted at, but it's probably joining our team. She says, I don't care for the Aussie host, but I love the Kiwis. Agree. Hard agree. Jess only watches the British one. I can't stand our versions of things. They are cringe. Here's the thing. We talked about this. I fucking love a Kiwi accent, dude. I could listen to Kiwis talk for so long. There's a movie that I love. It's one of those, like, it's a Netflix. It's a Netflix one. So it's not quite like a Lifetime movie. It's not a Hallmark special. It kind of is, but it's like it's like the millennial Netflix version of a Hallmark movie. And it's called Falling in Love, INN, like a bed and breakfast. And it takes place in New Zealand. And I fucking love it. It's incredible. Jess says, I just finished watching the new season of the Great British Sewing Bee. I could barely sew a button, but I love it. That was such a smart move of them to create that show. That was so smart. Have I watched Hunt for the Wilder People? No. I'll watch things that I know I'm going to like, and then I watch them over and over and over again. I have seen that movie, Falling in Love, featuring Christina Milian, probably 17 times this year alone. I've watched too much Below Deck that I don't even hear certain accents anymore. Yeah, I get that. Same. I get that. But, oh, who am I thinking of? Isn't Aisha from New Zealand? I was trying to remember her name because she's my favorite one. Maybe it's because of her accent. No, it's because she's delightful. It's because she's so nice and so positive. I love Aisha. Anyway, I love her. I couldn't watch that one. It's not filmed in New Zealand, so I made it about 5 minutes in. See, and I don't even care. I love that. I love that movie so much. And again, it's because it's like a comfort movie. I can put that movie on. I know every single thing that happens in that movie. It's like that. There was a movie that Hilary Duff was in called Beauty in the Briefcase. It's terrible. Doesn't matter. Set It Up by featuring Glenn Powell and Zoe Dutch back in the day before Glenn whatever like blew up with Twister. It's a terrible, delightful, perfect rom-com. So Aisha's the best. She's nice and competent. Yes, it's because she's competent. She actually does know what she's doing. I love watching her. All right. I gotta go. It's bedtime. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me today. I love you. Thank you. I'm gonna go sleep for 10 or 11 or 12 or 14 hours. So I'll see y'all next time. See you next Friday, and we will kick off ARC August. Bye.